We are coming to you a little later than anticipated. Producer was busy, and I thought we've got kind of a harder out at 6. So I thought, you know, would I rather be more behind on camera or less behind not on camera? We're doing chicken parm today, making some pesto from the garden, and a salad, some roasted veggies. Got some focaccia going already. And, you know, just trying to deal with the abundance. Made a pisco peach smash with some of our homemade mango chung. It's pretty good. Yeah. We're gonna confit some garlic here for our focaccia. And then we're gonna need garlic for pesto, and our salad, and our veggies. Basically everything is gonna need garlic in it, so. Gonna make a little tomato sauce. I wanna emphasize the pesto, but chicken parm does have tomato sauce, so we're gonna do some like fresh garden tomato sauce, as opposed to like one from the can. So I'd rather not use our canned tomatoes if I've got all this abundance sitting right here. A bit wasteful, right? And it's good to, you know, flush out some of the earlier ripened tomatoes to get the plants used to ripening more tomatoes, right? Because if it just sits with that first crop, I feel like it doesn't really get into the swing of like, oh yeah, we're here to ripen all of these tomatoes, not just the ones that have been here for a while. It'll just sit with those green tomatoes. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I know like picking more emphasizes more energy, but it does also feel like the plants pick a couple tomatoes to ripen, and then it just doesn't do anything with the rest of them until you pick those tomatoes. Could be just okay, make sure we get the bad spots. Weird, but it's fine. And I don't have breadcrumbs, but I do have this baguette. Yesterday we did some charcuterie. Some Costco baguettes. Make our own breadcrumbs. Okay. Let's chunk this up. I feel like we could do the thing where you do the bread and the salad, but I've also got like, we're gonna do like peach, tomato, bell pepper, onion. I think that's good. Some parsley. Should be good. And then maybe some briny stuff like some capers or olives. Enough stuff going on. I don't need to be like toasting my bread. We're already making breads. So wanting to jump on me. Do I need to toast the bread, maybe? Or maybe I just did too much bread. That could be it. Doesn't look too bad. Maybe we toast it in the oven, though.
Okay, welcome to Emmett's place.
Great. God damn. OBS really is dedicated on covering up the entirety of the fucking chat window. I'm not allowed to see the chat. It's not allowed. I gotta see a promotion for Audible. I gotta see. They just make it so fucking impossible to see anything. It's so annoying. It's like, I wish I could show you. There's this, I swear, like 2/3 of the chat window is occupied by like this meaningless fucking UI. And there's like one little bit that I can look at that actually has fucking meaningful text on it. Fucking stupid. Whatever. Here. Let's try and figure out how to use this in the most obtuse way we can. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna toast this. Try to get these a little smaller. That's fine. Because there's some bigger pieces in here. I'd like to. I think there's too much moisture in the bread. We'll just set it 350. We'll put it in there for what, 15 minutes or whatever. Okay. Next up on the docket, I want to be doing some tomato sauce and some confit garlic. Oh, and we've got some of our focaccia here. I would change the camera angle, but my fucking Stream Deck decided to take a shit on me, so we're stuck with this camera angle. Sorry. Is that what this is? Maybe that's why it's not like plugging in. Let's try again. Okay, there we go. Oh. What the fuck? Okay, I think this anchor control, or this cord is fucked up, maybe. Dude. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Huh? Okay. And watch, I'm gonna set it over here and just go boo boo boo, and then it's gonna kick me out. Okay, it's finally fucking going. Okay, cool. Yay. For now. Okay. So, focaccia. looking focaccia. And then we're gonna confit some garlic. I've got some rosemary and thyme and oregano from the garden. And I was also thinking of dicing up some of these smaller tomatoes I got back here. I am not a good baker, so I've got some instructions, even though I've made focaccia several dozen times. Because, you know. Just flip it over so that way it's all got oil on it. It's all nice and oily. That's what we want. It's just gonna sit here for a couple more hours. I might actually put it outside. And we'll dress it with the stuff once we get, you know, the stuff to dress it with. Outside's a little warmer, so it'll get more activation. Okay. Now, for confit. AI viewers. Just what I wanted. How did you know? Just trying to get it crunchy so that way it'll get more particulate. That is a good smash. I'm just gonna do as much garlic as will be submerged. I did peel like 3.5 bulbs, so I've got a ton of garlic. I feel like that is good. I'll add a little bit of salt. Maybe like a sprig of thyme. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. So that's just gonna sit and do that for a while. Sorry, just getting rid of this person. Block. Was this supposed to block or was this supposed to ban? Oh my god. All right, we got a bunch of tomatoes here and some peppers even. So I'm gonna go through some of these. There's some that are a little worse for wear, which is totally fine. That's great for a sauce. They got portions that are, you know, valuable. Then we can use that. So we're gonna be making our sauce of this guy. Yeah. So I'm gonna start off with like a little bit of garlic. A little bit of garlic and like a small onion. Sorry, this is fucking management. Spatial management fiasco. Nice little onion here, some garlic, and we'll just get it going nice and low heat with some olive oil. Food scraper is my friend. You know what? I'm just gonna press this garlic. There is actually a thing, apparently. After you, like, macerate or destroy those cell walls, apparently, if you want the garlic flavor to come through more clearly, if you wait 10 minutes before you add heat, the garlic flavor will become more heat resistant. You know how garlic, like, loses its flavor as it heats up? Because it denatures? Letting it sit at room temperature after this, you know, reaction from smashing all the cell walls apparently makes it more heat resistant. More garlic flavor. Yum. So I'm just gonna press this onto the cutting board here. See how it's fogged up? It's liberating steam from the... And this is too hot. See how it's bubbling? That's too hot. We don't want to fry it. We're trying to poach. That's good. All right. Okay. I want to save these small tomatoes for focaccia. Our Vesuvio Nero. And then I want some of our San Marzanos to stay for our salad. And so and I want the nice ones at that. So most of what is 2, 4, 6, 8. We'll just like that, and then we'll kind of go from here. Okay. And then we've got a fair amount of these early tomatoes. Some of them with some bad spots. So we'll process those, and they'll become tomato sauce, which is great. A couple more days, some of them would have gone bad. Bugs trying to get at them. And now they'll make a lovely sauce. Too, also pretty fucked up. You know what we can do? We can put a little plate underneath. Those things too wet and wild. Another thing we might think about during this initial saute phase is we want to add a pepper to it. Picked a couple of these interesting looking peppers. I hope they're not too spicy. I don't think they will be, but who knows, right? There's this gnarly little corked guy. It's got this corking. This is how you know a pepper is full of flavor, right? It's already changed color and it's got this deep, grooves. Yeah, too high of heat. Too high of heat. Put it on the lowest heat possible. And I'm gonna pull it off the heat at that. And let this just come down. We want that to go a lot slower. Okay, let's smell. I'm smelling some heat. Towards the stem is the hottest part of the peppers. Let's just give it a taste. Pretty spicy. Pretty fruity as well. It's manageable. It's pretty small. We'll add this guy. And we can get our sauce going here. It's been a couple minutes. We're going to add the onions before we add the garlic, so we'll have enough time for the lead up. Let's just switch it back to this one. More of our more smash. Got a mango chung. Got a mango peach kind of vibe going on. I know I'm adding these a little early, but whatevs. Who cares? It's hit 350. I'm seeing some browning. You know what? I probably should have put it on convect if I'm going to be real. And hey, my glasses aren't getting fogged up, so that means everything is pretty dry. Cool. Hell yeah. I'll just turn it off. Add this back. This fucking thing, right? No? You're killing me. Nothing burned. This should break into a lot smaller of pieces, which is what we want. We're going to use this again. So I think we're just going to set this guy over here. This guy right here. How's that? Let's see. Can we get smaller breadcrumbs now? You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? That's a much better sound. Hey, look at that. These look like breadcrumbs if I've ever seen any. Nice. Hell yeah. All right. Breadcrumbs. Waste not, want not, all that bullshit. Great. And we're going to need that later anyway, the food processor, for making pesto. So it will not be wasted on just breadcrumbs. Tall guy. All these breadcrumbs in here. Hopefully this is enough for like, you know, half a dozen. And camera went out. Sorry, it does that. My apologies. Okay. Great. Back up to that. We'll just leave it on that low. Hopefully hopefully it stays more like this kind of level. It's literally on the lowest setting. Alright, breadcrumbs. We're also going to use this, I got this peanut oil that I cooked a bunch of shallots in when I made some Vietnamese like fried shallots. So it's like shallot oil, and that's where we're going to fry our, like shallow fry in a cast iron. Turn the heat down on that. Start processing up some of our tomatoes. And we just got this for when we need the next part. There. This is going to render out some water because we added some of that salt. Just going to spend a little while here just getting rid of water, which is very, buys us some time, right? We're going to start with the worst tomatoes first. And we're just going to kind of chunk these guys up. These are all early tomatoes. Our garden is kind of behind. Our spot got shaded out a little bit more than I anticipated. There are some trees neighboring, and I was expecting that encroachment to be coming maybe in a couple more years, but it was a lot more pronounced this year than it was last year. And that had to do also with like some inclement weather. And so inclement weather, overshadowing, and a late start all combined to make us behind, which kind of sucks, but I just know next year I'd be on top of my game because that overshadowing is much more pronounced. And that way, if we get a month of just pretty, cloudy skies, we're not gonna compound on everything else, right? At least the parts within our control have been, dialed in. This is actually starting to look like a lot of tomatoes. So we'll just go through the earlies. I got another San Marzano in here, and we'll just save that for the salad. And this is going to cook down for a while. Concentrate on these flavors and stuff. And then there's the skins, which can be annoying. So we're going to end up blending this. And that'll be good for like half and half tomatoes and peaches. Should take out another 4 or 5 of these peaches. This garlic smells really good. There we go. See, just slow bubbles. That's good. That's what we want. go. Easy peasy. Yo! Hey! Thank you. Yeah, we got a lot of abundance in the garden right now. Like for the garden fresh veggies that we're gonna roast, I've got some eggplants and half of this big honkin' zucchini, which actually was not too woody, surprisingly. Yeah, and like a bell pepper or something. Should be good. I think up next we should probably start working on our pesto. Just gonna save these tomatoes for the time is right. Just so we can clear up our workspace. Get going on the next part. I'm gonna be a bit of a basic bitch and just use some Italian seasoning instead of some of our fresh stuff, because this tomato sauce is actually more of a formality than anything. So yeah, some Italian seasoning should be just fine. And then do we have any tomato paste? Would be nice. Oh, you know what I do have? I have some tomato skin miso. That's a good tomato paste replacement. Only thing is it is pretty salty. We can only use it a little bit. I'm thinking I might roll up another one of these peach pisco smashes. Big cube and some small cheater cubes, or cheater pieces, rather. Empty this out. And then we've got some mango chunk from when we made our mango posset. So it's like a fresh mango syrup. It's one of those where it doesn't seem like it's cooking a lot until we get rid of most of our liquid, and then it starts to really like, pa-pa, right? Temperature change starts to facilitate itself much quicker without the mediating forces of water. Go with lime this time, just because I don't want to run out of lemons for all the other stuff I want to do with lemons. I've got an idea. This is pretty non-traditional, but hey, we're all living non-traditional here right now. some of this, what's this, ghost pepper? Tequila. I'm gonna do a little bit of that. I think there's enough fruit stuff going on that some spice would actually be helpful. And Saint Germain wasn't really adding a whole lot of anything. A couple ounces of pisco. I'm gonna add 3/4 of an ounce of my homegrown. This is 1 ounce, isn't it? Yeah. 3/4 of an ounce of some homegrown ghost pepper tequila. You can think of it as like a spicier Ancho Reyes. We're gonna add an ounce of our Verna. And a good 1.5 ounces of lime juice. Burning nothing in here. Actually gonna lower the heat even more. And we can add some of our tomato skin miso. So tomato skins are known to be bitter, especially when canned over a long period of time. So I saved a bunch of my tomato skins and I actually turned it into a miso because I read that you can lower the bittering qualities of things with the koji action. So, and it's really good. All right, and then we want to add some peach. Something like 1/3 of a peach here.
The mighty Obed.
Sorry. Our freebooted music has started talking. Great. And then I'm going to add some of our... This smells really good. A lot of garlic. Doubling down on the garlic right now. We're going to add some Italian seasoning. Just to try to, you know, exfoliate and kind of bloom some of those oil-soluble volatiles. Right, the flavor compounds that are non-polar bind to oil. So we want to expose them to oil before we start living in a realm that is dominated by water, i.e. tomato water. Okay, cool. We got peach. Oh, you know what? I forgot, and I forgot this last time. I need to add some of my chung. So we're gonna add like 3/4 an ounce of this. This is not as strong as like a regular simple syrup because it's not been concentrated. You use the sugar to extract the flavor, the liquid from the fruit in question. So it's hard to get it above a 1:1, if even a 1:1. So must be refrigerated and not as whatever sweet. A little bit of salt. Peach smash. I don't mind all the extra bits. It's fiber. You know, I like fiber. Lengthen it out with a little bit of soda. Some bubbles never hurt nobody. Let's see if the spicy direction was better than the Saint Germain elderflower direction. Yeah, better. Yeah, that's good. Oh, man. Nice. You know, just a light heat on the back of the palate. That builds, slows you down, you know, all that. That's good. Really good. Awesome. Okay. And we are about as bloomed as we would like to be here with our spices. I'm not seeing anything burned. That's good. So I'm just going to go in with our tomatoes. You know, it doesn't hurt to mash them up. I'm going to liberate some of those juices. Really let the oil know we are no longer an oil-dominated cooking model. That way nothing scorches. Don't want to burn anything. And the rest can just kind of figure it out on its own. And then we'll immersion blend this to get the skins a little bit less annoying at some point. I think up next is our pesto. Garlic. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. Alrighty, okay. I've got some pine nuts here. We're going to need to toast these because that's how you do it. But also I have a person who I am making food for today who was allergic to pine nuts, raw, but not toasted. So I'll make sure to extra toast them. All of it in. Low broil. And this thing needs attention. I can also ramp up the heat on the back because we've got so much water. Got a big fat bag of basil here that we harvested from topping our, I've got Genovese basil, I've got the opalescent basil, the black basil, and then I've also got batik, which is more of the Thai basil variety. So this is just kind of a grab bag of everything. Yeah. So So we're just gonna give them a little rinse, and then we'll pick all the leaves and do all the stuff down the road. And I know I should probably be using like a pestle and mortar or even like a molcajete. But quite frankly, I don't really have the time. And it's one of those where, I don't know. I'm sure the Italians would freak at me using Thai basil as well. At least I'm not using holy basil. I do have holy basil outside. But that's actually technically not even basil. It's like a different species of plant.
That was Duke Ellington's Sophisticated Lady. And we celebrate Duke Ellington's birthday at the end of the month, so timely. Happy birthday, Duke.
That's why you gotta pay attention to this stuff. I just fucked it up. Hell yeah. Woo! Okay. Is it fucked beyond repair? Bad news. feel like we have more pine nuts somewhere else. There we go. I got pine nuts here. Let's try not to fuck this up the second time. I wonder if there's a way we could, like, pick out the ones that suck, too. It might be even faster. Just pick out the ones that don't suck. Yeah. Just the ones that are in this middle section. I think most of the rest of this is just kind of fucked. Pick some out of this. They're bad. Damn. Fucking utensil to use. It's a spider. Some smaller holes so I can at least. I don't even fucking know. Oh no, it's going off the rails. Fuck. Okay. Well. Flat grabber guy. That's kind of frustrating. Mostly not burned. Damn. Too much. Too many. Not enough cooks, I guess. Just trying to do a quick run through of this. Something a little extra scorched here and there isn't the worst thing that's ever happened. But a bunch of, like, burned is not good. Secret extra life. Try number dose. Okay. Can't turn away from this. Oh, camera. Apologies. 1 sec. Stir. Although it's looking pretty good to me. I don't know. These are looking pretty nicely toasted, if I do say so myself. I don't know. I don't think we should chance it anymore than we already have. Lucky that I actually had more pine nuts. Those are some roasted pine nuts and some burned pine nuts. How about that? Let me go back through and pick out some of these after. Sorry, I'm kind of sniffly. I've been having like, I don't know, allergies lately. Kind of everything in full swing of pollen time, I guess. Also, I've got a thing with, I think it's store-bought bread, where I get an allergic reaction. Specifically like burger buns, hot dog buns. I don't know why. Untoasted. So, presumably there's some sort of histamine I'm reacting to. And then when you toast it, there's like, you know, higher likelihood of denaturing that. I haven't really tracked down what the hell it is, though. But it does affect me negatively. All these basils do smell a little bit different from each other. The Genovese versus the Batik, and now onto the opalescent. Help it. All right, in. We're not catching on the bottom with any of this stuff. Very tomatoey. Yummy smells. Great. Food scraper. Save me. Get the fuck in there. Okay. Damn it. Bits of basil fell off. That one. There. Okay. There's that part. These have cooled off a little bit. Just a little bit more refined. Some extra corners and stuff. This looks pretty good though. Doesn't look like half bad. also going to need some garlic. And then there's lemon, olive oil, and cheese. Like that much garlic. Okay. We've got lemon. Yes, we do. We've got lemon. How about you? Doing this at an angle like this so I can see the plane of attack. I can see where the lemon is meeting the... I thought I could just kind of pick this up, but I guess I'm expressing a lot of oils that would be best done right over. So we'll just do the rest of this back over here. There we go, that's pretty good. Zest of a lemon. And then even though we're using this in a savory application, I'd rather still cut on this cocktail cutting board over here because I want to use this juicer for cocktail things. And if I cut using the this knife, then it will still affect this juicer. Just add basically most of this lemon. And then, let's see, what else? Cheese. Parmesan, if I am not mistaken. Let's see.
Obed Calvert.
Here.
Russell Hall. Gilad Hexelman.
People talking and things. Everybody's got a life story, I'm sure. Our Parmesan is in here. Let's see, that's Pecorino. Here is our current dealer of Parmesan. I'm kind of debating just hacking off this corner, and then we get the full range of, because we're going to be doing, you know, chicken Parmesan as well. So I'm just going to cut off this section of the rind. And then we've got all this free range because I don't have that section of rind inhibiting me. You know what? And this guy can just go in there. Rind in your tomato sauce. Adds a little bit of savory quality. And then we'll retrieve it when we're done. All right. This guy can also return over here. And then we've got more other Parmesan. I promise. This isn't it. But this is the real Parmesan. The other Parmesan we have is like, you know, Parmesan type. It's definitely not a DOP Parmesan. The Kirkland one is, though, which is pretty nice. So much fucking easier. With this fucking shoulder gone. All right. And then hella olive oil. All right. Oh, some more lemon zest. Never made it in. Can't let that happen. I know the Italians are mad right now because I'm pulverizing the shit out of it, and you don't want to do that. You want it to be like smashed, but not, you know, like mushed. If that makes any sense. But I am a heathen. Don't you forget it. It is addicting. I think I want a little more garlic, more lemon. Oh, you know what we didn't fucking add? Salt. Oh my god. Yeah, some salt might be helpful. Jesus. Oh, I guess there's salt in the Parmesan. And I do think it needs more lemon. It needs something. The herbs need a little bit more pop. So acid will be helpful for that. I'll zest a whole nother, and then we'll just use half. That sounds like a good compromise. lemon for the salad in particular. I think it's pretty good. Cannot complain. Is tasty. We'll scooch it over. And the pesto will probably live in there for most of the rest of the stream. Oh, camera. Whoop. Here. Yeah, why don't I slosh around the fucking burning oil? Smart move, idiot. Okay. Spider on hand. Garlic is nice and mushy. Make sure the oil is flavorful. Let that sit there. Their other oil. On this, and I'm going to turn the heat down just so that can like simmer off for a while without getting fully, you know, concentrated. Oh man, that's good. Let's check in on our focaccia. So we've got pesto, I got confit garlic, I got a tomato sauce. I got breadcrumbs. And most of a focaccia. I think we still need to work on salad, roasted veggies. Focaccia is going to go in before the roasted veggies. And then the roasted veggies are going to come out. And then I'm going to need to broil some fresh mozzarella with some of that sauce. And then we're going to kind of layer that on top of the chicken parm. Instead of putting the whole chicken parm in there with it, because it kind of gets soggy. Our focaccia is looking magnifique. Look at that. Very jiggly. Hell yeah. So I think we can, and this is going to be the tray for the roasted vegetables. This is going to be the tray for our cheese and tomato. I think we can put away our tomato skin miso. Don't need that. All these pine nuts are going to go into the trash, unfortunately. It's like $6 worth of pine nuts. Pine nuts are expensive. But I can't be bothered to pay attention. I'd rather die than pay attention. I fucking trip. Okay. So that means just keep that like that. Whatever. Is this still like hot? That's still hot. Okay. We need this to come down, and we can get our oven going. Whew. Let's see. $4.50. Bake. Bake. $4.50.
One more time, Obed Calver on the drums.
Okay.
Russell Hall on the bass.
Thank you, Emmett Cohen Trio, for your lovely contributions to the stream.
But they may be in the house. And the
I think there is one more. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, and we're going to go through with our herbs and our tomatoes. We're going to get all our dressings. So I've got some oregano, or some rosemary, some marjoram, some oregano, and some thyme. And we're just going to fucking mix all that shit together. And then we're going to have the confit garlic and whatchamacallit, the tomatoes. These tomatoes. We'll get those in there too. They're kind of nice and small. They can get kind of chunked up and tossed in. And by the time we get all that stuff ready, we should have our confit garlic come down close enough to room temp to not like fucking everything up. Why is that not wanting to change? No. Huh? Are you stuck? Are we stuck in this camera mode? Huh? Can I click the button? What the fuck? This one. There we go. That was weird. Okay. Stream Deck is acting odd. Let's hope it doesn't kill everyone. Go rogue. Fucking kill us all. Some rosemary. Rosemary. Some of our oregano. Majoram. Majoram. And thyme. Fun thing about thyme is if the thing breaks off, then you can use the stem. I think that goes for most things. So if the stem is supple enough, you don't need to bother about picking all the leaves off of the stem. If it breaks off, that just means that it's supple enough to just go in. Save you some time. All right. And we get this nice herb mixture. Just dice it up. Try to get it nice and homogeneous. There you go. Nice herbal melange. The spice melange. I guess this is the herb melange. Ingredients. Another ingredient. Also want to top it with some of this flaky sea salt. And then what else do we want? The tomatoes. Tomates. These are some of first of our Vesuvio Nero. These are supposedly the ones that you can overwinter. As in, you harvest the whole vine, and then you hang it up like a wreath in your house, and you can have fresh tomatoes through like February, and they don't go bad. They're these little black-looking ones, kind of like black. I don't know. We're trying them out. I bought them from a guy who's been breeding tomatoes for like 5 or 6 years, Hans Fama.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to
down
Anne's
in
Place. We have an amazing show planned for you tonight.
So
We'll do things a little bit differently.
we're probably growing them in a non-optimal environment.
One of them is the great Pasquale.
hopefully we can get some overwintered tomatoes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very
God
excited
damn
to
it,
add
people
this
talking.
anticipated,
Fucking.
video phenomenon.
I thought you were going to play the music.
Trend-
There we go. Yeah, I wanted pisco in the drink this week because I wanted something like grappa, but I didn't want grappa. Because grappa is made from like pits and skins of grapes. And then they have to proof it so high because they have to like distill it so many times. And it's just like, it's really harsh. Okay, this is good. Hey, this is a good little deal of tomatoes and stuff. How are we feeling on this? It's warm. Okay, that's fine. Okay. And we're getting up to temp here. Okay. Time to dress our focaccia. Ah, shit. No. Okay. And then we're going to go with our confit garlic. Which is warm, but not hot. I can grab it. I'm working on the abuela hands, but I don't exactly have them. The bottom is a little hot, actually. Get it off. And we're going to add our tomatoes. This is going to be a really loaded focaccia. Okay. And then you add the extra olive oil on the top. We're just gonna line like this. Just incorporate all these ingredients. Look at that. Fuck yeah, that looks awesome. That looks really good. I don't know about you, but I look at that and I go, Jesus Christ. I'm trying not to ruin the sea salt with my fucking dirty hands. So I'm just gonna grab some of it. Okay, that's probably enough of that. Hopefully I didn't do way too much. I don't know. I'm a dumb idiot, so we'll see. I think it's fine. And it goes in for, said like 30 minutes. Might have been too much salt. How much did I add? It was like half a tablespoon. It asked for a teaspoon, so I did 1.5 of those. Whatever. There hanging out. I kind of like the sauce where it's at right now. We'll blend it up. Now I'm worried about the fucking salt. I'm such a hypochondriac, but about food. But I don't care about the food, but I do care about the food. This one has like a shitload of salt on it right there. I'm just gonna re-abduct some of the salt from here if I see it. Because I think I added too much. Fucking always wrong, and I'm always dumb, and I'm always bad. The only reason I'm good at cooking food is because I just do it a lot. Which is probably the case with most things for most people. We are dumb and bad creatures. Probably. Almost certainly. Just don't want to pop any of this. Yummy goodness. Here he is. I should have been going like higher up. That's how you get it more dispersed. Okay. Are there any like major congregations? That was the thing I mainly felt bad about, is like some of them got like hyper concentrated, and then you're just like, you're gonna have that one bite and you're gonna get the too salty reaction. I've been reading this book about food chemistry, and your brain and tongue and all that, your receptors, right? You have a specific reaction for salty, but you have another reaction for, whoa, that's too salty. You know what I mean? And it's like a preservation tactic, because it's probably there to make you not drink seawater, if I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. But I don't know. Okay. Feel a little bit better about that. Thank you for humoring me. Okay, we've got a tomato peach salad, and we've got some roasted vegetables. I think we should go with the roasted vegetables, because this is going to take 30 minutes. And by the time the 30 minutes are done, we should pop the roasted vegetables in and just keep this train rolling. And then while the roasted vegetables are doing their thing, we should do the salad and then get the chicken kind of on the road. Because the chicken is like a la minute, right? You just kind of make it and it's happening. It's like more of an active process that like
I know. I met Kyle.
gets to the end. All right.
Were you when I met you? 15. Yeah. He's a fresh-faced kid.
I think I like this more than the first one.
And Emmett too. I met him. He was about 16 years old.
Surprisingly not as spicy as I thought it would be.
When did I meet you? Yeah. The years go by so fast. I can't remember.
Maybe the
But it's fun to see, man. You know, like
spice in that tequila mellowed out. rum and coke. We've got our tiki bitters and a new bottle of Smith & Cross. So we can have good rum and coke. You know, it's so funny because people drink Captain Morgan and they don't know the story about Captain Morgan. Captain Morgan was this pirate, right? And they ended up running extremely low on supplies. This is like the main story of Captain Morgan. And like they basically went inland on the east coast of that, like of Central America. I forget where, maybe like Nicaragua or something. But basically, everyone knew they were coming, and it's just like boats of angry armed men. And so they like all the farmers and people, they strategically left. It wasn't the time of year where there were any crops or anything to harvest. And like they fucking like poisoned their wells and didn't leave any food, and they just took everything with them. They fucking left inland. And these guys, they're just starving pirates, and they were looking for anything to eat. It's like one of those where like I know in Jonestown they ate leather belts because they were so fucking hungry. They like reconstituted leather into like a thing you could consume by boiling it, and then they ate belts. That's how down bad they were. Anyways, Captain Morgan was something similar to that. And there's an account of them like going through all these farms, and there's literally fucking nothing. And there's nothing to drink, there's nothing to eat. And they found the storeroom, and they found a bag of rice. And they finally found food, and they were so famished that they just ate the fucking dry rice. They were just eating like hand to mouth, just hard, dry rice. And that is actually one of the most dominant stories in history of Captain Morgan. And I just think it's funny because Captain Morgan rum fucking sucks. These are the kind of people who would just eat dry rice. You know, there's some crazy people out there, you know, who do the dry ramen thing. Nobody's eating dry rice. Fucking, it's just so bad. And then imagine if those guys made rum. I don't know. It's just, it's kind of on the nose if you know the history. Anyways, Captain Morgan sucks. It's not good. Okay. So for our roasted veggies, we're going to do that in this guy. And I'm just going to start processing veggies, going in here, bop, 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 bop. And then hopefully by the time our bread is done, we'll just be able to pop this right in, lower the temp a little bit, and let that ride. So most of our oven activity, because I thought that was the thing that was going to really curtail our meeting of the deadline. So I've got some eggplants here. I've never really roasted eggplant, like in a mix of roasted, like oven roasted veggies before. But I think it'll be good. And we got this big fuck off zucchini, which actually roasted really well. So yeah, the skin isn't like super woody. It's kind of thick, but it's not woody. So good for roasting, surprisingly so. I've definitely tried to roast squash that was like overgrown in a way that made it like impossible to consume. So. That's actually a lot of stuff already. We don't need that butt. I don't think we need that part. Last one. And I know you're thinking, what about eggplant parm? But those are the wrong shaped eggplant for that, unless you want a tortong talon eggplant parm, which would be a whole nother thing. I think that's doable though. That's more like a Filipino cuisine. But then you would need to abridge it with the Italian American, which I think is doable. But not the focus of today. Okay, this is a lot more than I anticipated. Like, this is already on its own, like about half, 2/3 of what we could expect to fill this with. So maybe the eggplant will wait till next week? I don't like that. I really wish I didn't pick them. We have a lot more eggplant though. That's the thing. These ones were big and like looking pretty good. And there were a bunch more other eggplant. Also, the ends of them were like, because the plants were like burying them in the dirt. And I didn't want them to go bad. So, all right, I think we're gonna end up filling this out with a couple onions and like a bell pepper, some garlic, and then I'm gonna add some bacon and oil, vinegar, and that'll kind of be most of that. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna use the eggplant, even though it is a garden veggie. Maybe we'll do Filipino food next week. We'll make tortong talong. We could do that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's been a
Spike
little bit
Wilner.
since we did that. All right.
Spike, thank you so much for
People talking. Expert musicians. Boring. Oh man, I'm an amazing musician, and everyone for my whole life has told me to practice forever. So I practiced, and it actually paid off, and now I'm a great musician. Thank you. Wow, amazing.
Hello, everyone. Ciao.
If only that were the case for everyone. All right. Actually, I have been cooking now for about 2 hours. It's actually a little more than 2 hours, and we've got about 20 minutes before the end of the focaccia, and I think I've got time to spare on this, so I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be back in less than 10 minutes for sure. 5 or so minutes. Thank you for your patience. I will return. What's up? We're back. Focaccia is focacciaing. We're working on some stuff. Tomato sauce is looking pretty swell. We're just gonna let that roll on low till we blend it up. I need to fill this out. What's up? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Normally I'm behind on stuff, and yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to see because freaking the light is all fucked, but I got a big ass garden out there with a bunch of fresh veggies, and it's one of those times of abundance. So I got a bunch of basil, we've been making pesto, and I got like peppers and eggplants and tomatoes, and yeah, Okay, everybody needs one of everything, so I'll get on it. But yeah, just in a sense, sure, yeah, aren't we all? No, I kind of just do this for fun. So the thing is, I do Dungeons and Dragons every week with my friends. Most of the time we're hosting here. This time we aren't. So I gotta take this shit with me. Yeah, so I basically make a dinner party's worth of food every Thursday night or Friday day. Because we do Dungeons and Dragons Friday night. You know, it's mostly Thursday nights when it's kind of soup season. Because all that stuff tastes better the next day anyway. But when it comes to everything fresh, kind of a la minute sort of stuff, Friday day ends up being better. Yeah, awesome. Cool. Yeah, feel free to stay, ask any questions. Hey, cool, awesome. Yeah, and we're always here to yeah, I should probably drink water. I've been drinking cocktails and rum and cokes. But yeah, we're always open to it's my day off. I got a weird schedule. But yeah, we're always open to questions and suggestions. We kind of have more like international regulars and stuff. So there's someone, Xia. He's a paramedic from Singapore, and he's been probably one of our longest, more, you know, vocal people who tunes in more Thursday nights. Yeah, and like he, he's like, we were making a bunch of Malaysian and Singaporean food. And, oh, you're from Abu Dhabi. Cool. Hell yeah. Cool. Well, I would love to learn about that cuisine. If you have any suggestions, I would love to make some Abu Dhabi food. That sounds great. We've made Singaporean food. We've made some really obscure Ecuadorian food. Yeah, we're just trying to, I don't know. I've got an Instagram that goes by the same handle as this, Life of a Dyspeptic. If you want to check it out. But yeah, I'm totally down for, you know, pointers and suggestions. I'm here to learn. That's kind of part of it too, is I really like cooking, but I'm kind of doing this. I'm not making any money or anything. So a lot of it is to, I should make this a little bigger, to kind of formalize cooking experimentation. And, you know, make it something. Oh, Emirati food. Like main courses, rice and lamb, chicken. We have some fun breakfasts and desserts. Awesome. That sounds great. I definitely need to learn. Yeah? Great. Yeah, and I recently, we're in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. So kind of the Washington, Oregon area. Kind of where all the salmon comes from, right? You like salmon? That's your. It's where every streamer I've joined is from those states. Yeah? What time is it in Abu Dhabi right now? Also, Twitch is based out of Seattle, I believe. 3 a.m. Well, there you go. That might be part of it. Usually put on a cooking stream to fall asleep to. Okay, awesome. Well, I hope you like the music. I freeboot it from a group called the Emmett Cohen Trio. And they're all live streams, so I can't get DMCA struck. And I really like them, so yeah. Sounds great. What made you choose these dishes? It has a lot to do with what I got out in the garden right now. So I've got a lot of basil and veggies and tomatoes. So just trying to fit that all into a consistent sort of menu or dinner party deal. You know, I've never tried chicken parm ever. Looks delicious though. It is actually Italian American food. So if you go to Italy, traditionally there was no chicken parmesan. It was eggplant parmesan, I think. And then the Italians came to America and they realized there was so much meat available. So they did chicken parmesan. There's this kind of interesting interplay between Italian American and Italian cuisine. Like some people argue that like more development of pizza happened in America than it did in Italy. Like I think before pizza took off in America, pizza in Italy was a fairly obscure dish from a specific area. So but yeah, chicken parm's pretty good. Double check on focaccia. It's been almost 30 minutes now. Just want to make sure we're not really burning anything. There's this guy. Seems kind of. I think we still got a couple more minutes. Let's see. Some garlic and pepper and onion. You know what? I'm gonna go for this biggest eggplant. Just hack this up and put it in there too. And then I think that's about all we can really fit. not? Oh, shoot. I didn't. Stupid me. That's fine. I didn't slice it down the middle. We want quarter moons, not half moons. Alright. Much better. Okay. I'm thinking of making bean enchiladas tomorrow. Do you have any recommendations? Well, I would say, do you make your own enchilada sauce? Can you get access to like dried chilies? I don't know what the grocery scene is like in Abu Dhabi. But if you can get access to dried chilies, you can make your own enchilada sauce. Ah. Damn. Okay. Well, are you making the beans? You could get dried chilies. Okay, cool. Yeah. I would say get a couple. I mean, the dried chilies that you would be getting there might be a little different than the kinds we can get here. But basically, the idea is you want to get a mixture of.
Keep Loving You
Here, sorry.
by Bud Powell.
Let me skip forward.
And I learned that from Barry Harris. Yeah, all
So, the main idea with that is you want to get like pasilla ancho, which are the ones for Anaheim. Ooh, look at this. This is done. They're the ones for like Anaheim and Poblano. Yeah, this is looking good. And then there's like guajillo, which is used for color, and then arbol, which are used for spice. So basically you want like for the enchilada sauce, you want the backbone of that pepper flavor. So if you can get dried chilies that aren't super spicy, and then get some that are spicy to kind of add a little bit, then you could probably make your own enchilada sauce. And then basically what you want to do is you want to de-stem. Here, let me see. I'll use a pepper for demonstration here. I've got a lot of them, so it's not a big deal. Okay. So when you're getting your chilies, right? You want to take the chili. I do grilled chicken instead of shredded. That's totally fine. Shamed Arab right now. Here, sorry, the chat. I need to figure out how to get OBS a little better. My spice tolerance is kind of bad, not gonna lie. Well, that's all right. Enchilada sauce shouldn't be too spicy. It's supposed to embrace the flavors of chilies more than the spice of chilies. And that's why I'm saying it should be predominantly non-spicy chilies. Grilled chicken instead of shredded is totally fine. Because I usually do bean, because I hate shredded meats generally. Grilled chicken is totally fine. You want to just make sure when you're processing your chili, right, that you take the stem off, and then you also de-seed it, right? So what you want to do is you want to get them you take all the seeds out, like as much as you can reasonably get. If there's one or two left over, it's not a big deal. But those things cause them to be bitter. And then you kind of get these big flat sheets. You can also take these like veins out. But then you get this kind of big flat sheet. And then you want to toast this on a pan for a little bit to kind of until you smell it. And then once you toast it, then you should submerge it in water. And typically what I do is I'll get a couple of bowls that fit inside each other, right? And then you put a little bit of hot water, like get water boiling on your kettle, pour it in the bigger bowl, put the pepper in it, and then put the smaller bowl on top of it. And let it sit there for like 45 minutes, okay? And then after that, these should be rehydrated, right? Mostly non-spicy, some spicy, depending on your spice tolerance, right? And then you would take those peppers, rehydrated, and you would blend them up with a little bit of like bouillon, and like, which is like salt, mainly like flavored salt. And that's like most of what an enchilada sauce is. It's just rehydrated, constituted, blended chilies. You can add some sugar too. A little bit of sugar wouldn't hurt. And then like there's also like a very close variation of an enchilada sauce is an adobo, where literally the only thing you change is you add vinegar. So you can feel free to add a little bit of vinegar as well. But it's mainly reconstituted dried chilies, and then, you know, some bouillon, some sugar, and maybe some vinegar. Yeah, I guess. I mean, they're pretty close. I'm just thinking from my mind like what I want out of an enchilada sauce, and like sometimes when it tastes flat, you want acid. But if I were to add acid in the form of vinegar, it would no longer exactly be an enchilada sauce. It would become adobo. But that's fine. Who cares? As long as it tastes good, right? But yeah, you should be able to make your own enchilada sauce like pretty brain dead easy. Like, it doesn't need to be fancy or, yeah, who cares? Literally, yeah. Yeah, you're the one who's making it, and you're making it for yourself, so you should make it to your taste. But that's basically the technique of like making an enchilada sauce, and you should be able to make it not that it's not that hard. So, anyways, yeah. Hope that was helpful. Yeah. Try and get some. Yeah, and try and get maybe a couple varieties of some that aren't spicy, and maybe one that are spicy. The spicier ones are typically smaller. They're kind of like dried versions of the bird's eye chili. And yeah, you can get a couple of them and try them out, and you know, mix and match, right? Especially since you're in an area where you can't do it by the book. You know, you gotta kind of find your own way. So if it's not super authentic, who cares? You figured out how to make enchilada sauce in Abu Dhabi, right? That's pretty cool, huh? Not a lot of people can say that. Okay. I feel like I'd probably need some help from whoever is running the shop. Yeah, maybe you should ask some questions. And maybe they would be, you got a Mexican supermarket, but maybe only 2 to 4 in my city. Definitely go to those. They might have more of those kinds of dried chilies you're looking for. If you have Mexican supermarkets, you're looking for pasilla ancho. Those are the main ones. And then there's also guajillo, which is used for the color and fruitiness. And then arbol is the one that is used for spice. But yeah. Damn, this looks good.
Off minor. And yeah. Wow.
Yeah, awesome. Good luck.
Once again.
Okay. Almost ready for these guys to go into the oven. I would use lardon if I had some, but I don't. So I'm gonna use bacon. Sorry. Yeah. Focaccia. Balsamic. Dun dun.
All right. Gotta try and sleep now.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Understandable. It's 3 in the morning.
Where you're at.
Okay. Awesome. Feel free to lurk. And thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Good luck tomorrow.
And I'm just gonna kind of chunk up this bacon, just to add a little more soul to it. Oh, shit. That was a bad move. Oh, no. It's okay. It has been cured. It's fine. I promise I'll eat that part. Oh, no.
It's definitely not like raw chicken, I promise.
But that's not
The coolest thing I could be doing.
frustrating.
Okay. I'm gonna add some red wine vinegar. We're gonna add some balsamic vinegar. Add a fair amount of olive oil.
Looks like I tapped this guy out. That's okay.
We've got more new olive oil. I swear is it. I went to the freaking store and bought it myself. And then from here, let's be smart about this and just fucking put the lid on this. This is still actually really hot. Just put the lid on. Yeah, we'll just do that. That's fine. Okay, and then from here we wanted to add some Italian seasoning. Just kind of carte blanche. And then just massage it all together.
I love Thelonious Monk. This is a good stream. Okay, cool. All right. And this can go in the oven. All right. Awesome. I'm going to lower. We're going to do convect bake at like 400. So it'll go down to 375. That sounds good. And then we've got our bacon cutting board. We're going to just jettison over here. We're going to wash our knife. And here's the Parmesan rind, still detectable. That's good. Still kind of hot. Okay. Big salad tossing bowl. I'm kind of reluctant to put it here because it's so hot. So maybe we'll... Oh, sorry, my camera. Apologies, it does that. Thank you for your patience. Maybe it's hot just because this thing was on it. This is less hot. Okay, we'll put it over here. Okay. And we're gonna go with like, let's start with 4 peaches.
save the San Marzanos for the salad because they have the least amount of water. Deliberately. I'm just gonna rinse these off in my hands. I guess we got this thing over here. And we might add some pesto or some, basil. I'm thinking basil and the parsley, flat leaf parsley. Need to be super fine, right? And then I think we're gonna do red onion and some bell pepper besides, and then the herbs. Do some kind of dressing. Just thinking olive oil with lemon and probably like some sardines. And then just thinking for plating, having some goat cheese and shivering. Sounds good. See how little liquid is on the cutting board? Hell yeah. That's what we like. That's why people like San Marzano style tomatoes. I believe this specific breed is called Repreco. What are we thinking? I want the tomato to peach to be kind of about the same. Kind of a 50-50 ratio. Thinking maybe one more peach. Oh, cool. Harry Potter. Oh, yeah. So cool.
Night in Tunisia. requested this. This is a Ray Noble composition called Cherokee.
Okay. I kind of want a little more peach than tomato, or 50-50. So this is, yeah, look at that. That's what we want. Okay, time to go in with some greens. Parsley and basil. And then these herbs will end up going in the dressing. We'll try to balance it with those herbs in mind. Excuse me. Oh yeah, also bell pepper. Apologies. Let's go 2 bell pepper. That sounds good. And then the greens. Bad spots. It's alright though. These guys over. Smell it, the pyrazine. It's that kind of red pepper sort of smell. Learned that on a podcast the other day. Those are pyrazines. You can also find those in Cab Franc. I think the variety of grape just kind of has it in the skin, so it ends up making it through to the finished wine. I've tried that in Cab Franc before. It's kind of interesting. Very red bell pepper. Not green bell, because, I don't know. I don't like green bells because it's just an excuse for the store to sell peppers that aren't ripe. But I associate it with red bell pepper. Green bell tastes like just blank vegetal to me. Let's go at it with some parsley, some basil. Got a big wad. basil. I think something like the rest of this could probably live as garnish and or other additive functions. These are all the batik. This is all just of the batik variety. So this is more of a Thai basil style. I like it all the same.
All right. And then a little bit of red onion. The salad looks amazing. Awesome. Hell yeah. Thank you. It's gonna look amazinger, I promise. We're not even there yet. It's one of those streams where you just max out the compost. That's good. It means you're cooking with the right stuff. I'm just gonna do quarter moons with these. So I kind of like how the ring looks. Let's check the proportions. See how I like this. Yeah, we still need more onion. Oh, jeez. Screw it. I'm just gonna. I don't know why I thought half the onion would be enough. Certainly needs the whole Nagilla. Only problem is you sort of get close to the end of these guys and you're just like, how do I do this? How do I do this right? Sorry, I probably don't have expert knife skills. More onion. Even more onion still. I'm gonna go like this. Just It's kind of what I'm looking for though, is like long strands, so this makes a lot of long strands still. I am not disappointed. Okay. Here is all of our vegetal matter. Struggling to sleep. Aw, I'm sorry. I've been there. I did night shift while wildland firefighting. Imagine trying to sleep during the day in a tent in like 100-degree weather while a fire is happening. So it's like so bad. Sometimes they would give you like a trailer. Hell yeah, look at this. This looks so fucking good, man.
Once again, that's Pasquale Grasso on the guitar.
Shit.
That's Kyle Poole on the drums. That's Russell Hall. we
It
got
almost
a
looks
very
like it didn't
special
even
guest
need a
to play
fucking
with us
salad
now.
dressing.
He's
That does
been
look
working the
awesome.
cameras. We met together, playing together since we went to University of Miami, and he called me in
Hell yeah.
September or October of last year and said, "Hey, I got 4
Okay.
cameras and a switcher.
But salad dressing anyway, regardless.
Let's do it." And he came and he designs this picture we have every week, and it's beautiful. He's a beautiful saxophone player, and he's gonna take a couple of weeks off, has a sub here, and has someone working the cameras. So we're gonna give him an opportunity
Okay.
to play. Put your hands together for Alex Weitz.
Salad dressing. I need a wide-mouthed mason jar. This is a perfect time to re-up my olive oil container. Get some oil in there. I'm just gonna straight up juice the rest of these lemons, and they're just gonna fucking go in it. How many more lemons do we have? We have a fair amount of lemons. Let's start with 3.5, I guess. And save a spare in case. Here. I guess it's not night where you're at. Sorry, I'm so like out of my mind. Having a hard time sleeping. That is a common occurrence in my life. Oh, sorry, camera. Apologies. Okay, we don't and rosemary, but I think we could use most of the rest of this herb. A little bit of time here. And then some salt and pepper. And then we're gonna crack open this tinned fish. Got some sardines here. We're gonna add some of those as well. Whoop. Let's grab. Oh man, this is really falling apart. Okay, let's grab like and do. Okay. 2 fish, guys. And then immersion blender time. We got our jacquard here. We're gonna need that very soon. Thinking. It is fishy. I like that. You know, I didn't add any garlic. Maybe a little bit of garlic. And then more black pepper. And another half a lemon. How about that? More of that for sure. Just like getting fucking steam attacked. I think it is. Steam vent. This side is significantly hotter than this side. Great. Black pepper. Into the hole of doom. Get it away from me. Need big cloves right now. Five cloves. Producer approves of the smell. Lovely. I keep fucking dripping it and like womp. God.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. We want to thank once again Alex Whites for sitting in with us. Thank you. And once again, that's Kyle Poole on the drums.
Let's try.
And Russell Hall on the bass. Yours truly, Emmett Cohen. We want to thank Kelvin on the sound design tonight. And
Hell yeah.
we're gonna leave you.
I'm just gonna fucking huck this all in there.
Mr. Pasquale Grasso, one of the masters of solo guitar. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Man, this looks awesome. This looks so fucking good, man. The only gripe is the basil really wants to stick to my hands and like not stick to the salad. Just gonna give this.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is salad. Sure, if it's a big bite. All right. That's great. Pretty good. All right. We're going to be back with our chicken parm fry op. That's basically all that's left. And then some pasta. Boil some pasta. Make our chicken parm. And then throw everything together. We're still baking in here. This is actually almost done. Hell yeah. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right.
Yo, we're back. Just gotta keep cooking. We're running up on our 6 p.m. I also pulled the veggies out of the oven, and they're over there cooling off. Here's our rind. It's just gonna go in there. It is inedible, pero tasty. And then I don't even care about washing this off. We're just gonna blitz this, so that way we've got a smooth sauce. We're on our chicken parm here. These are the skins, right? I could have used canned tomatoes, but we got all these fresh tomatoes. What the fuck is the point, you know? All right. Great. Here's a good chicken parm sauce. Just trying to pare everything down because I got to do this whole like fry op. Tastes great. Nothing to complain about. Honestly, peak. Fucking so good. Okay. Cool. Hell yeah. Also need to kind of clear out this other side over here. We don't need a bunch of these things. So I'm just gonna fucking boop them over somewhere else. Okay. We need to boil pasta. We could do that right here or wherever. And then we need to do our fry op. Preferably in a fucking cast iron. Cast iron. It's a shallow fry, typically. It's not deep fried. I bought some peanut oil. I was thinking it was the other. Okay. I've got some of the shallot oil. Yeah, it smells good. And it's avocado, I believe. That was what we used. Or peanut. Whatever. But yeah, we don't need a deep fry. But a shallow fry, right? We want like a good 1/4 inch. High smoke point. All that good shit. Particulate matter will burn. And okay, sorry. Trying to get all my shit together. It's a lot of stuff. And we need another cutting board. I need to be doing meat stuff. And, you know, any sort of garnish or plating or whatever. I'd rather not do it on a meat cutting board. And this time, instead of bacon, we're doing like chicken, which is fucking really, you don't want to fucking mess with that. So, yeah. I think we're basically done with this guy for now. So we'll just fucking do that. With this guy. We don't need most of these things anymore. That's gonna hang out over there. This thing can be done. We need this for sure. Don't need this. I need a clear space up here for our, great, water and the oil. For our containers. We need our first dry, our wet, which is our egg, and then our second dry, which is our breadcrumbs, which we made earlier. Okay. This is a good one for one of them. I know for sure. We got like a long flat guy, which I've used in the past. This one. egg. And then there's another fucking plastic motherfucker down in the back here. That is like literally only ever used for this. It's caught on the fucking. Okay. This one. Yeah? 3. Okay. Fuck. Me. Okay. This one's gonna be breadcrumb. I'm just gonna go in with like basically all of it. We want eggs in here. We'll start with 3 and grab some more depending. And then we want, I'm just gonna do flour, salt, pepper. I think people grate Parmesan into that, but I don't really care because we're gonna do parm and everything over the top of it, so it doesn't even matter. And boiling pasta. We also got to do that one. Don't forget about that one. Okay. Fucker. I'm gonna take these fish guys, toss them in a little deli container, and just refrigerate them, because that's what God would want me to do. That way we can make more salad with these fishes. We don't have to worry about their goodliness. Okay. And now I can throw this fucking thing away. Okay, maybe I'll add a little bit of like, just like some seasoning to that. The other one, first one is salt, black pepper, flour. Flour. Yeah, you do. It's a dry flour to egg to breadcrumb. No? You looking it up? Because I was looking it up earlier, and all of them had this 3-step process. Add the salt to that. I even want to do more salt, because this is the salt that the chicken is going to get. I feel like I did this last time when I made chicken Caesar salad sandwiches, and the chicken came out really flat because it had no fucking salt. So we're just gonna be a little heavy-handed there. It's kind of not deep enough for me to get a good like temp reading. You know what I mean? So it's just gonna live like that. We're gonna have our flour mixer fork and our egg mixer fork. Great. And these guys are gonna live right there. Okay, chicken. We've got some Costco chicken breast, which turns out to be twice as expensive as Winco chicken breasts. Pretty cool, huh? Okay, great.
Mr. Kyle Poole.
think we're gonna do 4, and we're gonna cut them in half, butterflied, so it's gonna be like 8. I think each of these has 2, so we're gonna get 2 bags. This is kind of unwieldy. I kind of hate how this is organized, but whatever. I don't own Costco. Okay, great. And that's already at like frying temperature. Perfect. I'm just gonna take these 2 bags to try to like segregate. That way I don't have to fucking. Now we can just toss the rest of these back in here. Okay. And then we got. Are we sure there's 2 in? Yeah, there's 2 in here. Really pretty fucking. Fuck it. Okay. And I'm gonna start off with just like patting these fucking dry. These seem to be wet as hell. More of a sink job. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this over here. And then do it on a plate, and then the plate will come. Oh my god, this is atrocious. There are 2 full chicken breasts in here. And they're fucking wet as hell. And now they are less wet as hell. Sorry if this breaks some sort of rule. I know people are like, don't wash chicken, don't do anything with it. Fucking just cook it up. Who cares if you even see like a literal turd on it? Just fucking eat it. Dog. But yeah, we're gonna do this. Great. Garlic on the floor. Now garlic over there. Cool. Okay. Closer. We're so close to starting our chicken journey. Most of the videos, people like cut it. They went for like a butterfly, but instead of like butterflying, they just fully cut it in half. And then we have technology. What am I, some fucking ape with a hammer? I got this fucking thing. So we're gonna go at it with this. And we should get this nice and flat. And we're not trying to go as big and wide as a schnitzel, which is why I think this is fine. Gonna hash it the other way. You really uber flatten the fuck out of this guy. No spots unflattened. Okay. Flour. Okay, we're gonna do dry wet. So I'm gonna do dry with the right hand. Into the wet. Now we use our left hand. Oh shit, mix that.
dry. Now we use our dry hand. Oh shit. Whatever. Shit. I didn't get the wet on it. God damn it. Yeah, producer, thank you. Okay, and this is what it should look like. Something like this. This looks pretty alright. I'm going to put it in here, but it might actually not even be hot enough. Hey, look, it's hot enough. Looky me. Okay, cool. I can wash our hands. I'm going to turn the heat up. Actually, turn the heat off. So let's turn it up. Okay. So you can go back here. I'm going to take the smaller knife, put it on this one, and this is going to be where our chicken is going to live after it finishes. I was thinking spider would be the roll, but I was thinking deep fry. We're shallow frying. We're going to use this fucking dude. And I'm going to turn the heat up. It's one of those where the cast iron, like, you just wanted the heat going for a while, so that way you get to that, like, mass retain. That makes sense. But now we're there, so I can kind of jerk it around where it established baseline. Okay. I'm also going to start off. So in case I want another drink, maybe just not have it near all the chicken party time. Okay. Cool. Pasta. You want a big, fat, fucking pot of water. So that way your temperature doesn't drop. Right. This is a good kind of sound. Yeah. Let's keep that as is. Okay, let's get into the next one. Hash the other side. Hell yeah. Look at that. Perfect. Magnifique. Water. Desperately in need of water. We don't need the peaches anymore. I don't think we need the parsley anymore. We don't need the basil anymore. Clear all that shit out. I'm going to make sure we're not frying. Or burning, rather. This is more of the sound we want. There we go. Look at that. Lovely. That's the shallow fry we're looking for, I think. Anyway. Okay. I'm gonna just take this corner of shit and huck it back into the refrigerator. eggplants, I'll just do it loose. That's fine. Not that big a deal. Peaches. Can go over here. You want salt. Salt it. Make it taste like the ocean. Ocean's really salty, right? That looks pretty good to me. I'm gonna pull the heat off just a little bit. We're just gonna try and keep this party rolling. Okay. Wet hand is left hand? Well, dry hand is left hand now. Dry hand, left hand. Wet hand, right hand. Camera, producer, might I have some help? Thank you. Sorry. No. It just happened. Sorry. Thank you. Back to dry hands. Yo. All right. Okay. We're frying. I'm thinking I need to downsize that into like actually a container I can travel with. Because we have to leave. And take this shit with us. That's right. We're doing fucking chicken parm on the road. Doesn't that sound easy? Doesn't that sound... It's whatever. It's my fault. I picked it. Come on, dude. Okay, that was like kind of stuck. Alright, let's get this in a container. Make sure we're not burning anything. It's looking good. Looks like it's still progressing. Sorry. I don't know. I'm saying sorry to myself, I guess. I don't even fucking know. Sorry for being sorry, I guess. Okay, shows the right container. That's good. That's good. And that looks great. Hell yeah. Tastes fucking awesome. Yeah. Okay. There's this one. That's a good one. Stuff can go in that. And there's these. Yeah. Sorry, we still don't have the big one. It's my fault. It's in the freezer. Thank you, producer. All right, we're close. Oh, shit. I'm not good at butterflying fucking chicken breasts. Trying to do this shit under pressure with a time limit and like I'm like fucking it up. Okay. Definitely something I need to practice more. I just don't cook with a lot of chicken breast. Okay, well that's one, and this is the other. They've managed to both have holes. Fucking great. Hell yeah. That's that. Heat's coming down. Dry is gonna be. We're just gonna try to keep it consistent this time. Dry is left. Left is dry. Wet is right. Right is wet. Who knows? Maybe it's better with holes in it because you get more surface area. I mean, that might be the fucking move. I don't even know. Say is this thing is barely holding on to being one shape. Okay, and then we're back to dry hand. Left hand is dry hand. Dry hand is left. This is fucking Mario Batali's asshole. Is that too crude for Twitch? It's just a fucking big gaping ring. Made of Italian food, right? Isn't he a bad dude? Isn't it okay to be bad to that guy? Didn't he like sexually assault people? Anyways. Huh? Yeah, buca de beppo. That's what they call a fucking chicken parm with a hole in the center of it. That's like strapped to the side of a bathroom stall. Okay, sorry. My mind is going to bad places because I fucked up. So, apologies, everyone. It's okay. It's fine. Okay. Back to the second bag of chickens. And the knife, the scissors.
shears, I guess. They're not scissors, they're shears. Just get all the juice and shit, all of these. Okay. Done. Okay. Looking solid. I don't think anyone's even gonna know there's a hole in it when it's covered in sauce and cheese. So, gotta get the reps in, I guess. All right, we're getting it done. I was cutting cherry wood the other day, and I cut this big piece, and it split, and I immediately smelled cherries. That was the first time that's happened. Maybe I've just been cutting subpar cherry wood, but getting through some of those bigger pieces that I got out there, you could literally smell the cherries. It was really cool. Yeah, we still got a little time. Oh, you know what I should be doing? Trying to save my fucking... After this one, we definitely should scrape out whatever's burned. Because we don't want to burn our oil. And get it all like, yeah. Right? Okay. And there's some of each of the stuff. Okay, for demo. Cool. Perfect. Thank you. Huh? I don't know where the Trader Joe's thing is either. It might be. Okay. And this is where the spider comes in. When you just kind of scrape up whatever these crispy bits. That way less of them just kind of subsist and exist in our... Okay, cool. Left hand is dry hand. Dry hand is left hand. This one looks a lot less mangled than the other piece. Okay. Right hand is wet hand. Wet hand is dry right hand. Left hand is dry hand. Dry hand is left hand. Okay. All right, cool. Hell yeah. I think we're gonna run out of breadcrumbs too. Damn. I didn't realize it would take so much. I'm sure we have some panko. I just wanted to use the rest of that baguette. I will look for the panko breadcrumbs. But first, pasta. This is the first time I've cooked spaghetti in a little while. Should I just do all of this?
I was thinking, yeah. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do all of it. Look. Get in there. Alright. It's on high with about as much water as I should be able to fit in that. So. It's not my fault. How long does it say? God damn. I just fucking throw it away before the full package, a bunch of salt, 10 minutes al dente, 11 firm. It is 5:55. 11 minutes puts us at 6:06. Let's see. Panko breadcrumbs. Panko breadcrumbs. Panko breadcrumbs. Panko breadcrumbs. Do we really not have any? Oh, no. We actually did need panko breadcrumbs. No way. I swear to God we had breadcrumbs. That's dashi. That's bulgur. Do you want to look for breadcrumbs? Oh, it's this big fucking box that says panko breadcrumbs. God damn. Okay. Look at this. We got some. I found some from the store. The pantry store. Okay. Whew. Okay. I'm going to grab another egg here. We're running low. I'm going to grab 2 eggs. Actually. We started with 3. This is the 4th one. And we've got like just a little, so I'm gonna, oh, shoot. Hell yeah. Just get that in there. All right. And I had turned the heat down, which explains the less aggressive frying that's happening. Egg, fork. All right. I don't think we need panko immediately right now, but soon. Almost certainly. We don't need the food processor anymore. I'm just gonna put this away to free up some real estate because we're just like in that fight mode where it's just like damage control, finish everything. Deadline is in 2 minutes. Oh! It's okay. We're gonna be a little late. This one.
Hey, look at that.
Junior, after your mom.
It's 6 o'clock. Great.
Great Larry Grenadier on the bass. We'd like to thank our sponsors.
The hole in the center will make it cook faster. It's all part of the plan. Okay. Try not to cut through the frickin' thing. Just cut confidently and try your best. Look at that. Those are about the same size. Oh, shit. This one's got legs. Fuck. How did the first one come out so good? I didn't even fucking try. That one. All right, cool. This one is probably here. Trying to make sure that those tongs at least stay chicken free. So I can manipulate the thing while I'm not in chicken mode. All right. Halfway. Left hand is dry hands. Dry hand is left hand. Wet hands. Dry hands. Make sure we get all the bits covered. Okay. Okay. Pasta's going. Chicken's going. I think we are probably good on flour. I think now would be a good time to add some of these breadcrumbs. It's good to make our own breadcrumbs, though. I never really done that before, so... Fucking... Is this a new... No, it's not a new bag. That's probably good enough. We'll keep these on hand in case. In case we get hungry for breadcrumbs. All right. Next thing we should do is probably clear up some space here in the sink. That way we can actually do something with this pasta in 2 minutes. No! 2 minutes? That's not long enough. That's gonna go over here. And this is gonna go in the fucking sink. Or in the dishwasher. Okay. And then oil or colander. And we can add oil after we drain. Okay, cool. So that way we're ready for our pasta. Okay, that was a little overdone. That's my fault. It's probably the ones I'm gonna eat later. Sorry. It's not that bad though.
You can see the meat.
Yeah. I'm gonna put the fan on. I can't believe I haven't had the fan on this whole time, actually. We're gonna do another quick, cheeky rum and coke. Because I'm unstoppable. Some of our tiki bitters. Pasta's done. All right. I'm going to kill the heat, and we're going to pull this off, because that is supposed to be completed. All right. Oh, and I didn't grab any fucking oven mitts, so I'm going to burn the shit on my hands. Okay. That's all I can do. I have to put it back there. And then hang it out the bottom. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Hell yeah. Heat is down. We haven't skimmed any of this stuff for actually a little while. Yeah, we should probably just start skimming some of the shit off. Yeah, there's a lot of no good, kind of burned pieces. All right. Hey, look at that. A lot less burned stuff in it now. Great. Add some more oil. Shallot oil supply. Okay, left hand, dry hand. Finally, one that isn't full of holes. Going to the movies in 2026 be like. Okay, anyways, plot holes, that is. Right hand, dry hand. Sorry. Okay. Left hand is dry hands. Okay, right hand is wet hands. I am
trying to say the commands out loud, and it's actually harder than just doing it and shutting the hell up. Cool. Look at that. Should be all right, hopefully. Grow up someday, go to college, and oh no. Hands are clean. Did not interact with the spaghetti at all with chicken hands. I promise. Trying to be very deliberate about that. There's a lot of things going on. Trying not to contaminate your food, because that would suck. Let's grab our oil guy. I want it like that. So that we can dip. Okay. And pasta's got oil on it, so it's not all fucking clumpy. Clumpy to lumpy. Nope. Not here. Not today. Okay. Is that hot? It is kind of hot. How about this? Is this hot? It's kind of hot. Okay. Okay, back to trying our last chicken breasts. Trying to cut straight through the middle, no holes either side. Already holes in one. Okay. God damn. This is one. This is the other. Damn, this one sucks. This is probably the worst one there is. That looks pretty good. Okay, well, that's something. This one looks pretty perfect, though. I think that's how you get one of them perfect, is you sacrifice the other one to Baal, the god of death. Okay, we're done with this. So this can go back in here. Be gone. You know what? Go into the... There's so many things that are going to get all fucking gunky and stuff. Just go into the pot of water. Man, sorry. This is kind of like, it's kind of smoky. So a little blonde. I'm just gonna prep this next one.
Left hand is dry.